Hello and welcome to jasonnewland.com. My name is Jason Newland. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. And today is a genuine Q&A Friday. Yesterday, I started off thinking that it was a Q&A Friday. But it wasn't actually Q&A Friday. It was an act, in fact, no, not yesterday, the day before yesterday, Thursday. Yesterday should have been Q&A Friday. But it is... I didn't feel... I'll go into it. I don't want to go into it. I'll go into it if you want. Want me to go into it? I'll go into it. I'll do a deep dive. Should we do a deep dive? That's the language now, isn't it? Let's do a deep dive. So, I had... Earlier in the week, I had my tooth out. No, I did have my tooth out. I had a toothache for about a little while, on and off, and then it started to get a little bit, what if it doesn't go off? You know what I mean? What if it stays on? So I looked around for an NHS dentist, could not find one. I looked everywhere. I looked under the bed, I looked in the loft, couldn't find an NHS dentist, which is National Health Service, which means that I wouldn't be charged huge amounts of money. So I ended up having to go private for the appointment I made. Went along thinking that I was going to either have a fill-in or a tooth removed. That seemed to be the standard kind of thing that happens these days when I get a tooth like that. Well, it turns out that it does need to be either removed or have that other thing done in the gum, which no one likes. So I just said, all right, I have to have it out. And the dentist said, no, can't do it today. First of all, because we don't have time, it's going to take 40 minutes. You don't have enough slot. Your time isn't big enough. You've got other people to see. And I said, but the person you spoke to yesterday told me that you would sort me out whatever treatment I needed. And she said, but you can't have treatment because you need to get the infection down. And while the infection's in your gum, you won't be able to... The anaesthetic won't work. And I said, I think you're lying. And she said, I don't think you'd really say that in real life, would you? I said, what do you mean? She said, well, I think you're just lying just to show off to your listeners. And I said, that's a fair point. So I didn't say that. And we basically, I had to just settle for antibiotics or penicillin or whatever. So I went home, had the penicillin, and good. The infection definitely seems to have gone down because it does not hurting. But it overactivated another part of my body. So I won't go into it, but I've not been able to really venture too far away from the toilet since Wednesday, which is why I've not gone to my dad's for his birthday party. So I'm sure my name's mud there today, or should I say poo? I've not really been able to go too far away. And I can't believe, I must have lost weight. I should weigh myself. I wouldn't be surprised if I haven't lost a stone in weight just the last 3 days. Was it Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Yeah, and today. I mean, I'm just glad this isn't like, there's not a big toilet roll drought or whatever that there was a few years back, because I would be in trouble. So yeah, so that's the situation there. So yesterday I was just tired, because it takes a lot out of you, you know. Just, I guess the body's getting rid of the infection and all that stuff, and which is a good thing, and it's exiting the only way it can. Probably, I suppose that it gets out. It's either going to get out through your body somehow, isn't it? Either it's through the skin or whatever. But so then it's gone. That's what's happening. And yesterday I've been quite tired by it. I was still eating, still got to eat, but it has been tiring. I've been drinking a lot, and I'm also aware of that I'm probably losing a lot of salt. So I don't want to over drink if I've not got any salt coming in. So I'm still got to eat to make sure I've got some salt coming into my body. Luckily, I'm eating processed food, which is probably, got way too much salt in, so it's probably a good balance right now. So yeah, so I didn't make a recording yesterday. I posted a little thing on Facebook to say that I'm not making a recording because I'm just a bit tired. I didn't feel unwell. I didn't feel well, but I felt just under energetic, as it were, if that make any sense. And it's really weird. Here's something that's strange. Yesterday, because my back was hurting again, because that's another thing, my back hasn't hurt nearly all week, really. It's still painful, but not much, because the arthritis in my lower back, hardly anything. And I thought, maybe it's because I was focused on the tooth, you know? And once the tooth started to go away, my back started to come back, which is very strange indeed. So I kind of increased the pain meds a little bit, because I started taking the penicillin instead of the pain medication at those times, because I've also got to take my bipolar medication in the evening, and I don't like to mix things together. So last night, because I was taking the pain medication for my back, I decided to take the penicillin medication when I had my evening meal instead of my bipolar medication. Wow, who'd have thought I'd have all this medication? Anyway, here's something that happens when I don't take that medication. I have a clearer mind. My words come easier. I feel more focused. Now, I know that's like, it's a slippery slope, but it's only been 24 hours, however many hours more added on to 24 hours. So since Thursday night was the last time, about probably 6-7 o'clock, when I took the medication before last. So I guess it's probably getting on to 2 days, isn't it, really? So I'm just noticing that my brain works so much quicker when I'm not on that stuff, when I'm not taking it. It's weird. Very strange. This is not the first time I've noticed it, because occasionally I do have a little break. I kind of... I never used to drink and take tablets at the same time. So, I mean, never, ever, never do that. So if I was like having a few drinks in the evening, I just wouldn't take the tablets for that day. But then I might have a hangover the next day, so it's a different situation. But yeah, it's like when I said a slippery slope, it's almost it's a tempting thing. I've got a bit of the dogs barking, but I can't stop my life because there's a dog barking in the garden. I have to continue doing what I'm doing, otherwise I wouldn't do anything. So it's an option. Either there's a little dog in the back. You can class that little dog as part of this podcast, and it's a long way away. It's just a bit echoey, if you know what I mean. And I know it can be heard, but the one way of not hearing it is if you listen with music, you won't hear it. But I'm kind of fed up with having to manoeuvre myself around other people's actions or other people's lifestyles, other people's sounds, when actually they're just living their lives. They're not purposely trying to get in the way of my recordings. But if I try and make my recordings around what other people do, it means sometimes I'm waiting all day to make a recording. Also, sometimes, well, not sometimes, I want to make a recording when I'm in the mood to do it, because I'm not in the mood to do recordings probably all day. There's certain times of day when perhaps I'm not into it, sometimes a day when I'm really, really want to. I mean, especially with the hypnosis ones, I get like a real urge, I want to make a hypnosis recording, but I can't because of the noise. And it's a little bit frustrating. I mean, sometimes I actually get all the equipment set up. By set up, I mean plugged in. And I go, hello, and welcome to Jason Newland's hypnosis recording. Ooh, sit back and relax. And then there'd be like a lawnmower go off, or he's like, oh man. It's like, Vinny is sunbathing. So I've got the curtain drawn back. I would have it completely like drawn closed. But he was sitting in the sunshine in the bedroom on the floor. So I thought, well, he's clearly enjoying that. So I brought him in here. Because if I leave him out, if I leave the door open, the living room door open, he will go into a barking frenzy at some point. As soon as someone's door handle turns in the building, or someone puts a step on the set of stairs, he goes. Or one in the front or the back door go. He's always listening. He's a little guard dog, aren't you? You daddy's little guard dog. So what I've done is I pulled the curtain open enough so that he can have the sunshine on him. Besides, should I really be having my curtains drawn closed at this time of year when it's actually sunny and bright? When we spend maybe not half the year, but at least 4 months of the year, the last 4 months of the year, when it's been really, really dull and dark. Pretty much October, November, December, January, February. Yeah, about 5 months of the year where it's not particularly bright. So we just got through all that, and it's now bright and it's light, and the birdies are singing, and it's actually quite beautiful, really. Oh no, I'm also not gracious, I'm grateful. See, my words coming easier as well when I don't take the medication. But if I didn't take the medication, isn't it a weird one, isn't it? So my brain works better, I can think more clearly, I'm not as slow. I can still. I'm a slow talker generally, because I quite like to. I like to think about what I'm saying, and I quite like to speak in a way that's understood, so that I'm not slurring, or I'm not saying that I never slur, but I'm just saying so that people from other parts of the world or other parts of the country can understand me. Not that I don't think I've got a particularly thick accent, but I probably have to somebody that lives maybe in other parts. I won't point out a specific part. I'm just thinking of parts of the country that are got really thick accents. Now, I know that I've got Scottish people listening to me, and I think Glasgow. I've met a few people from Glasgow, and it seems like a very, very, very strong accent. And I take the idea that maybe if I can tune into most accents, because I worked in call centres for years, and it's a skill you have to learn. You won't survive in a call centre talking on the phone all day long for years and years unless you can tune in to people's accents and like manoeuvre around them. So I can tune in quite quickly to people's accents. But one of the strongest ones was some parts of Scotland, and then like Newcastle. But I noticed that a lot of it, okay, there's some places they do use their own words. It's like a different language in some ways. But I think a lot of it is just the speed of which people talk. And that's the same, I would say, everywhere, in every country. Like, most people speak quite quickly. I'm not the quickest speaker. So you'd get a lot of people probably that live... If you got someone locally to come and just sit on here and do the takeover from me for an hour, and you just said to them, just talk about your day, just because this isn't as easy as, I don't think this is as easy as a lot of people might think it is. I reckon a lot of people, if asked, would probably say, yeah, I could do it, but most would probably say, why would I want to? It's like, but I do wonder how many people could actually do it. Bearing in mind, I never have to edit what I say. The only editing I ever do is, I probably should edit what I say. I was just thinking about that. Like, perhaps you should, JJ. Perhaps if you listen back to what you say, the words, not just the interruptions. If you listen back to some of the things you say, maybe you'd have a larger audience. It might be true. But I knew it really ever edit the background sounds, like listen out for, like, if I cough, or if I sneeze, or if Vinny barks, or that's it. I never ever really have to edit what I say. And the only time I ever need to edit what I've said is times when I don't upload the recording. If I've gone into a proper moan, like, if I've gone off the rails a little bit, which has happened, but I never ever release those recordings. They get deleted, which is a shame, because I'm sure they might be quite interesting or amusing to some people, to me especially. I'd be like to listen back to something like 10 years ago when I was ranting because I was in some kind of weird manic stage, and I was like, "Argh!" And then, but self-aware enough to realise that, no, this isn't what I'm supposed to be doing. But after I said that, when I just said self-aware enough, I thought, but am I self-aware enough? Or am I actually releasing myself talking about stuff that I shouldn't be talking about, and maybe I really don't know what I'm saying? It's like I'm not aware enough to realise that I should be editing myself. I don't know. It's hard to know, isn't it? Because we all have our blind spots. One of my blind spots is forgetting the topic of the podcast, like Q&A Friday, or boring Monday object things. I sometimes forget. I often forget. But that is kind of the reason, the process, this whole thing that I'm doing is that I move from subject to subject and just follow my stream of thought. And that's what it's been built on since. That was the aim. That was the aim of it. Because I was doing these long before I was doing these, if that makes sense. So I used to do a thing called, I don't even remember the name of them. They're on my hard drive somewhere. It's basically where I used to talk. It's just exactly the same as this. No different. But I just gave them a different title. And Hypno Thoughts. Was it Hypno Thought? No, not Hypno Thoughts. It was something anyway. And I remember I had a friend say to me, because he listened, I mean, I don't make these recordings for my friends or family to listen to. I'd rather them not, if possible. Mind you, the benefit is like they'll get to know who I really am, not who they think I am, not who the twice a year visit good boy that doesn't say much, maybe says a few jokes. If you really want to know who I am as a person, then you can listen to these recordings. And my family would realise, because they don't see me enough to really know who I am. They've probably got that version of me from the past mixed with the version of me that they see every once in a while. And in the same way that I don't really know them. It's a different thing. You say, well, yeah, but you've known them for 30, 40 years. Yeah, but it's not like a regular. It's still like you could see someone every day at work, think you know them. In fact, you could live with someone and think you really know them. But then you could live with me, think you know me, then you listen to my podcast and think, wait a minute. He didn't tell me he thought that. Which worries me, because I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be that person that kind of is just being horrible about people. I hope I don't. I do moan about things. Sometimes I do. I know I do. There's no point pretending I don't, but I do sometimes have a little bit of a moan. But this is probably the closest. I say that though, but then sometimes I'm very rude in real life. So I don't really use any naughty words, and I don't say anything particularly rude in these podcasts, but in real life I would do. And I had my moments where I would be aggressive in real life, verbally anyway, only like in a situation that possibly deserves it. And I don't do that in these podcasts either, because that's not what this is about. This is about calm and, you know. But this is the real me, really. You know, this is the me when I'm not being prodded and poked, when I'm not being taken advantage of, when I'm not... This is me when I'm just free. And I prefer this version, this part of me. This is the inside me. This is the way I think. You know, this is my thoughts and my voice both syncing up together to present a real version. So I'm not trying to show off to make anyone like me, or I'm not trying to appease. You know, let's say I've had a habit in the past, excuse me, of getting in the middle of people who are arguing or in a fight and stuff, because I want people to be peaceful, and I want to stop that. I don't like people, you know, hurting each other and stuff. So that's I don't know why, but that seems to be my natural thing that I've done in the past. But that's not really what I want to do. That's not what I want to do. I don't like doing that. And I prefer not to be in that situation. It's good to have that in the locker. You know, it's good to know it's there if I need to use it. But I don't need it here when I'm doing. But then I think how much of that kind of negotiation is there between the real me and the me that presents myself to the outside public. Because I do have conversations that I don't want to have. And I do talk about subjects that I don't want to talk about sometimes when I'm out. And I do keep my mouth shut. Especially because quite a few of the people I see are quite a bit older than me. And they'll come out with something. An example is, I was talking to a couple of people, and we were just having a laugh, talking about the world and stuff. And this man, and I say elder, he's probably not that much older than me. You know, he's probably got 15 years, you know, he's probably in his 70s. I'm 55, so he probably looks at me as being the same age, even though we all know that I'm very pretty and young. So he said, oh yeah, everyone's got mental health issues now. Everyone's didn't have that when we was young. And I just, so that is a trick, that's me. I know, didn't used to use the word triggered when I was a kid, or when I was younger. It was react. That was a reacting moment. But I noticed it inside. And if you'd have been younger, I'd have kept it verbal. I'd have just like pointed out how stupid it was what he just said. Potentially, you know, actually, yeah, I probably would have done it. I would have struggled not to. But I would have handed myself in as an example. You know, so like, well, okay, tell me that I'm not real. My situation's not real. And also, bearing in mind that we get on really well. Although there's been a couple of people that I did tell them that I was bipolar, and they seemed to have avoided me after that. They seemed to, you know, looked at me differently. Admittedly, I mean, some would argue, why would you tell your postman? Well, there's no point in that, is there? But well, she doesn't want to come into the flat anymore. Well, she never did, though. That's weird, yeah. Actually, it might be just because I kept inviting her into the flat. See, that's what I mean by inappropriate. So, none of that happened. But definitely a couple of people seemed to be almost like I just told them that I just got out of prison for groping a monkey or something. You know, it's like, It's like, no, I just, like, literally, I haven't. It's not my fault, man. They're so cute, little monkeys. So anyway, so I just realised that I'm just talking, aren't I? That's the problem. That is what this recording is about. Just talking. But I did a recording anyway, years and years and years ago. And my friend, not friends anymore, but used to be very close, he told me he listened to my recording and I was mentally ill, that I needed psychiatric help. Bearing in mind, he knew I had bipolar, so it probably wasn't a really good thing for him to be saying, making fun of my, but he was like, really, like, it's what you're saying. I think he had a problem because I was being honest. And maybe there's a certain generation, maybe not just generation, just people in general, don't like honesty. Now, I limit my honesty to just casual, general, quite light subjects. I don't go heavy, I don't go deep. I don't know why that makes me giggle internally saying that. But I can't, but emotionally, I talk about emotional stuff. But it's not supposed to, it's just in a casual way, in a human way. Because there's more to these podcasts than just dozing off or relaxing. I hope they're always relaxing. But you can feel relaxed and listen to someone else's perspective, or maybe get an insight, or maybe realise that you're not alone. That we all have that internal struggle going on, and maybe we all feel we need to act a certain way when we're around other people. And maybe some of us also feel how I feel, that people, family, long-time family, don't really know me. Not really. But then I don't really know them. Not really. I know them. You can love someone and know them, but you can't know what someone's thinking. And I've been in situations, and I'm still in situations, where I'm just disagreeing with them internally, but I'm just like not saying anything because, well, firstly, I'm fine to disagree. I think it's boring being around people that agree, that have the same opinions as me. It bores me. If they're verbally intelligent enough to actually have a discussion without an argument or a tantrum, if they're actually, and they don't close off, if they can actually discuss what they mean, then I'm open to talk about, So if someone says about, let's say they've got an issue with, it's too much dust, it's too much sand in the desert, maybe, for example, yeah? And they're saying there's too much sand, and I'm like getting into internally a little bit like, actually, I think there's not enough sand. I wish there was more sand in the desert. I'm actually on the verge of being personally offended. See, it's a ridiculous situation, but I'm open, providing they're not going to start shouting and going on, Weh, to have a nice, semi-intelligent, I can only go as far as semi, just love the word semi, I can have a semi-intelligent conversation about the level of sand in deserts without getting all uppity. And But then sometimes it's like how they act can reflect then my response, and I guess my way I act is going to have an effect on what they say and how they respond. And sometimes you just have to, like, 'cause you know some people say, "Oh, I don't discuss politics or religion." Sometimes you just have to add other subjects to that list, and the level of sand in deserts may be that one of those subjects. That was probably one of the weirdest little monologues I've ever done in my life. He ended with, he started off talking about sausages, and then he ended up talking about concrete. So yeah, I've lost my train of thought now. So let's go for Q&A Friday. Q&A Friday. Yeah, Q&A Friday. So let's have a look. I'm going to go to the... Did I say only listen when you can safely close your eyes? And also... oh, okay. Mike has posted something saying, "This is why I'm grateful for Jason." He's put like this image thing on it. It says, the first image is, "I can't sleep." Second image, "I can help," and it's a sheep. And the sheep, but he says, "But you're alone," to the sheep. "How am I supposed to count?" And the sheep bonks him on the head with a baseball bat. Brilliant. And "Sweet dreams, you little..." I'm not going to read that naughty word out. So thanks, Mike. I'm a sheep that bangs people over the head. I tell you what, I've noticed that I really do bore myself to sleep as well. I know I've mentioned that I listen to my recordings. I look forward to my own recordings. And you might be thinking, "Yeah, but don't you remember what you've spoken about?" No, not really. I can't tell you what I spoke about 10 minutes ago. I wasn't listening. So okay, sometimes I listen and I'll remember the beginning bit, because the beginning bit is so similar every time. You know, I'd say, "Hello, this is Jason Newland. Thank you for listening. This is Let Me Bore You to Sleep," blah, blah, blah. I would, sometimes I'd go like a little song, Q&A. But I didn't do that today because, you know, I did it in the last recording when it wasn't even Q&A Friday. Don't listen unless you can safely close your eyes. I mentioned the two websites, jasonnewland.com, jasonnewland.store. You can download all my stuff for free, stream it all for free. Got a YouTube channel, blah, 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 blah. Oh, I do need to say thank you to Mary for your very kind PayPal gifts. Thank you. So I should also mention, if you want to help support all the money I have to pay every month to provide this free service, then I'd appreciate a PayPal gift. And then that's it, I think. And then I get on. That normally takes me about 5 minutes to say. I just did it really quickly there, proving I can in fact talk quickly. Yes, I can. Yes. I'm still working on the store, and I am near the end of completing the collection. If it comes up, it's on the screen. Come on. Short music sleep hypnosis. So I've done short voice only, long voice only, overnight voice only, short music. So I'm nearly kind of probably past the middle part of that. In fact, no, I'm not. I've done 10 products out of 30. So I'm a third of the way through. And when that's done, I'll do the long music, then the overnight music. And that's a whole section of the website done. Not a big section, but it's, you know. And then you can download. Well, you can still download any of the ones that are without music. But at the moment. And every time I produce a new recording, a Let Me Bore You to Sleep, I add it to the collection. So this one now is number 1596. And according to this, nope, that's no good. I don't know how many. So the... Oh, okay, if I go back... newest... Not newest, oldest. Nope, newest. So yeah. Oh, wait a minute, oldest. Oldest was one. I mean, you could say, well, there's 1,595. No, there's about, I think, 15 missing over the 8 years. Maybe 11, something like that. I just missed them. I must have either deleted them by accident or they got lost in the... when my podcast deleted. My podcast host deleted a lot of my stuff. They did that. In fact, they did it twice. Just because Spotify didn't want my recordings the way they were formatted with music. Yet Spotify hardly even listens to my podcasts. My main podcast listeners is Apple Podcasts and pretty much everywhere else. Spotify, it wouldn't have made any difference to me if I wasn't... I am on Spotify but with SoundCloud. So if you listen on Spotify thinking, wait a minute, I listen to you on Spotify, that's going to probably be my SoundCloud podcast that's connected to Spotify. The stats, I can even tell you, I can show you the stats for the whole... okay, how far back do you want to go? The last 30 days? Sources. Spotify, 1,140 in the last 30 days. Do you see what I mean? It's like, it's not even 10% of Apple Podcasts, and 1,140 out of 31,500. So if I go for the whole year, the last 12 months, Spotify, I've had, this is ridiculous, I've only had 8,559 downloads or listens on Spotify with my Spreaker podcasts. Now I know I've had a lot more than that via my SoundCloud. But if you compare it, so you got Spotify 8,559, Apple Podcasts 212,218, Podcast Addict 26,864, or Overcast 23,309. So I know it's not a lot, but over the last 12 months I had 325,404 downloads in the last 12 months, plus probably, I don't know, let's have a look on SoundCloud. Hopefully I haven't got to log in. I don't know which one I'm logged into. Okay, that's probably I can look at my stats for the last year for there as well. No, why does he keep going back to stats? Hasn't he learned we don't want to hear about the stats? Let's have a look. Insights, it's called. Insights, last 12 months. Right. On one of my podcasts, which is the sleep hypnosis one, on SoundCloud, the last 12 months I've had 113,437 plays. So add that to 325. Anyone? 438, 140, 340, 440? 440, roughly. Does that make sense? 440. Why was May so big? 440. Now let's have a look. If I log into the other one as well. 440. La 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 la. Still very, very low numbers, to be honest with you. So I'm going to now log into the Let Me Boy to Sleep on SoundCloud. So let's have a look at the insights on this one, which is another word for stats. They must know that people don't like the word stats. Right, 73,454. So I have, and I think most of this possibly comes from Spotify. It doesn't tell me exactly, but I think so. Anyway, it's so what's that? 440. So over 500,000. Sounds better if you say 500,000 than 500,000, doesn't it? So 500,000 over the last 12 months. I mean, it's not a lot, you know. I'd prefer to have, well, I prefer to have that every day, but 500,000. There's been times when I nearly reached just under 1 million in 1 month once, during a period when people were very much at home a few years back. So, you know, it's all right. I'm not going to moan. I mean, I don't know how far back it can go. How far back can it go? Let's have a look. I'm just going to look. Oh, nope. January 2024. Yeah, January 2024. January 2025. What's going on? Oh, is it only let me do a year at a time? Is that really? Really? Oh, okay. So I can't even do a year. It's only let me do the last 12 months. Custom. Nope. That's a bit weird. If I go for all time with the SoundCloud, that gives you an idea what I've kind of done. I don't know how many years it's been, but if I go for insights for the whole, wait a minute, here we go. 1,010,392. That's the overall downloads. Oh, since 2016. Blimey, I didn't realise I'd had that podcast so long. That's crazy, isn't it? 10 years. That's not very good in 10 years, is it? 1 million. Wow. Oh, I know what it is. Shall I tell you what it is? In 2024, I didn't even hardly use Spreaker. I had everything on SoundCloud. Because on that year I had 559,775. So maybe not the whole year, but part of the year. Wow. And 2023, 349,000. 2025, 83. And so far this year, it's just under 16. So 16, 30... With all the different changes, is kind of it's hard to know really what's driving what. But I mean, if I look at the most popular recording, I did for the most popular place that's listened to me on the Let Me Bore You to Sleep podcast on SoundCloud is Sunderland, Denver and Andover. So if you're from any of these places, please say hello. Let me know if you're listening on Spotify. Now, you might think, well, how will I know? If you listen, I mean, you've got to be listening a lot. Yeah, I would say if you're listening to, mind you, it's a bit silly of me to think there's only one person in each of those places that's listening, so there might be multiple people. But I would suggest that there's probably at least one person in each of those places that is listening like really regular. So maybe get in touch. So here's the top places there. Sunderland, Denver, Andover, North Vancouver, Liverpool, Mustaigue, which is, I'm not sure, Gateshead, Sam Clement, Brussels, Brisbane, Manchester, Boardman, Ashburn, Newcastle upon Tyne, Birmingham, Panama City Beach, Sydney, Newham, Toronto, Hackney, Atlanta, Vancouver, Council Bluffs, South Shields, Walthamstow, Istanbul, Chelmsford, loads and loads. Wow. I never look at the stats for SoundCloud. Genuinely, just don't. I look at the stats as how many people have downloaded generally. And it's never like a huge amount. But just looking at this, I mean, this is all time. So if I go back to the last 12 months, Ashburn is a top, Boardman, Council Bluffs, Falkenstein, Manchester, Columbus, Philadelphia, St Helens, Leicester, Chepstow, Hackney. Wow. And I think with all the mix-up, I had a few mix-ups with the podcast a while back. Maybe people that were listening via SoundCloud are now listening via Spreaker. It's just, I had a really, it was quite a big problem with the whole podcast thing, and it took ages to get it sorted. It's all sorted now, I hope. I've had no one contact me to say otherwise. But yeah, basically in 30 days on Let Me Bore You to Sleep, I'm getting 6,000 plus plays on the SoundCloud one. But then that's just the Let Me Bore You to Sleep. If I look at the Let Me Bore You to Sleep here for the last 30 days, so how many did I get there? 6,112. No, 6,112. Spreaker for the last month, I've got 9,686. That's just for the Let Me Bore You to Sleep. However, the podcast where I get the most traffic is the Hypnosis for Sleeping Deeply, where, maybe not. Not on this occasion, it was about the same, 9,820 the last 30 days. But I do get, I put more stuff on there, because I also put that's really weird. So 30 days, and normally the Let Me Bore You to Sleep is way more. But on this occasion, no, they're about the same. 9,820 for Hypnosis for Sleeping Deeply, 9,686 for Let Me Bore You to Sleep, And the rest were like just under 2,000, 1,500, 800. So yeah, oh, that's interesting. That's the last 30 days, isn't it? So yeah, if you do it over the year, over the last 12 months, it's a different story. So hypnosis for sleeping deeply, 154,263. Let me bore you to sleep, 115,874. Deep sleep whisper, 14,056. And all the others like 12,000, 5,000, 4,000, 3,000. Interestingly enough, though, I bet you'll really find it hard if you search to find a podcaster that will just tell you what their stats are. I probably talk enough about stats to cover every other podcaster in the world. It's all you talk about is the stats. I wish you wouldn't. Sorry. What is a time? I almost feel that perhaps I should have just got straight to the point. But I don't know if you realise how difficult that is for me, to just get straight to the point. I don't find it very easy. I honestly don't. Right. So yeah, I should need to get on with the the task at hand, which I seem to have forgotten about for some reason. So Q&A Friday. Ironically, I don't think I ever used the word ironically correctly, which may be ironic in itself. So I've got quite a few questions to answer. I'm going to start with John. Are you going to take a vacation anytime soon, and where would you want to go? John, no is the answer. I mean, technically I don't deserve a vacation, so, you know, I'm not working, so I've not really earned it, have I, to go on holiday. Can't do it financially. I did talk to my neighbour, who's Vinny's mum, and we were talking about maybe trying to rent out a caravan somewhere for a weekend off season, because during the season it's like proper expensive, but maybe kind of go halves on that and take Vinny, and they normally have like 2 or 3 rooms, so have a room each, and then Vinny will just... That's the question. Who would he sleep with? Who would Vinny sleep with? Who would he favourite? Because he's used to sleeping with me, like every single night. But when he's with his mummy, he's a different person. He's turned into a baby, basically. So I don't know whether or not he would just stay with her, or he'd just go between. That'd be interesting. That would be, wouldn't it? I'd be very interested to see what he would choose. Or maybe he'd do one night with her, one night with me. I don't know. Because he used to sleep with her when he lived with her, because she had him before me for about 3 months. 3 or 4, yeah. It was 10 months when I got him. Her family bred him. He went to a home, his first home, when he was however many weeks old, old enough to go and do that. Then the person looking after him is a lady, and she I think she became ill, or she wasn't able to look after him for whatever reason. So she gave him back to the family who bred him, which was my neighbour's family. And then my neighbour, looked after him for about 3 months. And then, unfortunately, he bit her on the face when he was just under 10 months old. And because she's got grandkids, she wasn't risking it. Now, he didn't mean to do it. He got overexcited because she was eating chicken and she wasn't giving him any. And I think he probably went to grab the chicken, but like hit her face instead. To be fair, she does look like a piece of chicken. So she doesn't. She looks like a legged chicken. Can you imagine? She looks like a legged chicken. No, she doesn't. It doesn't at all. But yeah, no. Because you can't mess around when it comes to kids, can you? So it's like, no, he's got to go. So it just happens that my friend downstairs took him and gave him to me. He bought him for me. Although I paid. So yeah, hey. But it was a gesture, wasn't it? I don't know why it ended up costing me £350, because they'd already been paid for him by the other person. Why would you need to be paid twice for a dog? That's a question maybe I will ask. Some people are just greedy, aren't they? Just they don't think beyond. It's like, yeah, money, 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 money. Let's see how many times we can sell him. Who can we find let's try and sell him to someone that's in a coma next. That way we'll be able to get the money back, or they'll be able to sell him on to someone else. Like, I don't know what the process was there. But he ended up here. And then I didn't really know his mum before I met Vinny. And I didn't even really know her afterwards either, because she was friends with my friend downstairs. When my friend downstairs left permanently, we kind of bonded, me and her, because we were both friends with him, and literally she lives just across the road from me. And, you know, we kind of just got to know each other. And Vinny loves spending time with her. So it's, you know, this all kind of worked out okay, I guess. He adores her so much, it's ridiculous. But then he's known it since he was a baby. I've got pictures of her holding him in her hands. I can tell it's her hands because they look like chickens. They look like chicken feet. No. So he's always known her since he was a baby. Since he was first born. So, you know, he's got that. What do they call that? Chickens have it, don't they? Where they follow you. I've got to think about chickens now. Ducks follow you around, don't they? They call it embedded, whatever. Oh, I forget the name of it. Not implant, inbred, not inbred. There's a word, encoding or something, where you just, they think of you as being like their parent, and they just follow you around. Oh, what's the word? It doesn't matter. But anyway, in answer to your question, John, no, I'm not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. And where would I want to go? I mean, I talked about, you know, maybe a caravan on a beach. I don't know if that would, I mean, I'd probably prefer it if I was on my own, really. I don't know if I'd want to do that. I don't know. I'd quite like to maybe go to Thailand. I couldn't go anywhere at the moment. I can't be more than about 5-10 minutes away from the toilet because of my stomach. But, you know, other than that, mind you, on a plane, you're never far away from a toilet, are you? Whether or not it's free is a different matter. That's where the problems arise. You know, when I've been on planes, I've got this system. I make one bottle of water last the entire journey, if I can. And I just sip little bits of water so that I don't need to urinate during the flight. It's hard to do that on a 12-hour flight, I know, but it's still minimal. That's why I kind of like, why are you feeding me food? Just make it as minimal food as possible. That way I won't need to... Well, if you're on a 12-hour flight, you'll have digested the food and it will need to continue its journey, won't it? If you know what I mean. And I don't know. Anyway, you're focusing a lot on that today, aren't you? No, not really. I'm just, I don't know where I would go. Yeah, that is definitely a question to think about, but it's kind of fantasy. It's a fantasy question at the moment. Christine asks, is this the weekend you're seeing your dad for his 80th birthday? It was, Christine. But because of my, I'm going to say tummy upset. It's a bit more than that, but it's a tummy upset. I can't go out. I can go to the park and take Vinny, but I'm not taking him any distance, and I know that I can get back within a couple of minutes. Just because, I'm timing it after, should we use the word evacuation? After an evacuation, I'll take him out, knowing that hopefully there won't be another evacuation needed for, an hour or so, hopefully. But there's no way of knowing. And I haven't stopped eating. I'm still eating, still doing everything like that. I don't have a stomachache like I did yesterday. I don't feel good, but it doesn't, yesterday was a bit worse, but it's sort of, I think it's tailoring off a little bit, but it was a good decision not to go out, because I'd have been stuck. I think I'd have been stuck. I mean, wow. Anyway, yeah, it was my dad's birthday. I sent him a text yesterday afternoon, so I can't go. And he sent me a text back, and I sent him a text back after that. And I didn't phone him because I know that I'd feel really bad after phoning him. If I spoke to him, I know that I'd come out of the phone call feeling really crap, feeling judged, and just, yeah. And I couldn't really face that. I chickened out. I Vinny mummied out, chickened out. But yeah, his 80th birthday. I've sent a card and I sent a present. It's not his birthday till tomorrow anyway, but yeah, I think I can feel my ears burning. I think there's a few people moaning about me there, but hey, probably not the first time, probably won't be the last time. Oh well, at least I know, at least, because I promised I'd definitely be there and all that, but I didn't know I was going to have a toothache. I didn't expect to have medication for the tooth. I really thought they'd just take it out, but they refused to take it out, and I had to I've never ever, for a toothache, I've had toothaches before, and every time I've gone to the dentist, they've even given me a fill-in or they've removed the tooth. Never ever had medication for an infection on my tooth or my gum or whatever. Never. But this time I had, and it kind of, I suppose if you weren't me and you're not seeing my life, from the outside it might look like I just made it as an excuse. But it's genuine. I'm really, honestly, it's been a bit of a few grim days. I mean, I'm not, it's not bad, but it's not, I prefer having an upset stomach to having a toothache anyway. So yeah, I didn't get to see him, so I'm sure he's very upset and angry and stuff and disappointed, but if I worried about everyone I disappointed in my life, I would have no rest. I've been disappointing people my entire life. I don't mean to, but hey, I don't mean to. I do my best with what I got, you know. Janice asks me, if you could visit one place in the US, where would you go and why? That is an interesting question, because a majority of my listeners live in America. So it would be a case of, when I say tour, I don't mean like a superstar, but it would be, I think I'd like to go visit everywhere. Just start from one side of the country and move away around it. Maybe even put some like meet and greet nights on, you know, in local bars or whatever. Just, I don't know. Just, even if it's only 5 people turn up, it's still something, isn't it? I don't know how many people in America I could get together in one venue, even if it was like a small space. I'd like to think I could get at least 100 people that would be interested in just, I could go on stage and just talk, you know. I'll just do a live Let Me Bore You to Sleep. I don't know. Just thinking of a way to cover the cost of visiting, because it would be an expensive trip, wouldn't it? And it'd be a little bit of a shame in some ways to go to America, and bearing in mind that I do have thousands of listeners in America that listen to me regularly. I guess some listen to me every now and then, but some people, you know, there's like regular amounts. So what am I going to do? What's going on here? That's weird. Okay, I'm going to have to go by podcast, I think. So go to Let Me Bore You to Sleep podcast. Okay. So if I go last 12 months. So according to this, yeah, I've got thousands and thousands of listeners that listen to me sort of regularly. But I don't know. It's no way of knowing like where people are listening. I'm getting an idea from the stats, but geolocation, if you look at America, California, Texas, Illinois, Florida, New York, Ohio, Massachusetts, South Carolina, Washington, Utah, Indiana, Missouri, Maryland, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Chicago, Michigan. Chicago, is that a real place, Chicago? I think it is, isn't it? Michigan, New Jersey, Minnesota, Connecticut, Alabama, Wisconsin, Montana, Mississippi, Nevada, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Virginia, Maine, Colorado, New Hampshire, Idaho, District of Columbia, Alaska, West Virginia, Hawaii, Oklahoma, Tennessee, New Mexico, Delaware, Kentucky, Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, Rhode Island, Arkansas, Vermont, Louisiana, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, And then if I click on each one of these, then it opens up to Santa Ana. Santa Ana is one of my... I've got someone that listens. It's a very popular place. Like people listening. Anhelm, Woodland, Huntington Beach, Los Angeles, Mountain View, Napa, Santa Clara. Yeah, I think Mountain View seems quite nice because it's... I think it's got a view of a mountain. It's either got a view of a mountain or it's got the view of a mountain. Isn't it weird those two same sentences can mean different things? So you could say it's got a view of a mountain. We can see the mountain. That's why we call it mountain view, because we can see the mountain from where we live. Or it's got a mountain view because you're on a mountain and you can see from the mountain. So you can see the view from the mountain, which is a mountain view as well, isn't it? So I'm very pleased with myself on that one. I'm not quite sure why. Mrs. T sitting in the tree with Jason K-I-S-I-N-G. So we've got San Marcos, South San Francisco, Berkeley, Corona. By the way, I've got, just to let you know, my email address is jasonnewland@hotmail.co.uk. That's also my PayPal. Just in case you want to say hi, if you've got a Q&A Friday, just in case you're not on Facebook as well. You're not on Facebook, because not everyone is. Not everybody's on Facebook. Or Carolina. Then you've got Texas. You've got Dallas, Northwood. Huge country. Did you know there's a place called Katy in Texas? So I'd like to go to Texas. So, see, the thing for me, or the thing probably for a lot of people from around the world, I guess, is a lot of what I know about America is what I see on the TV. Like news, forgetting the news so much, but like movies, TV shows, and a lot of that will just be exaggerated and tropey, be like just the same old tropes, just like with English, the idea that English will speak with a posh like, oh yes, hello everybody, like that, or they speak like Dick Van Dyke from Mary Poppins, and it's kind of, there's lots of different accents here, and there's not red telephone boxes wherever you go. That's all changed. There's lots of things that aren't how it might seem from the TV and the movies and stuff, especially as I think the English movies, they got a tendency sometimes of making old movies, or movies set in the 80s and the 70s and the 80s, so there's stuff, it might be a new movie, but you'll have all these, it doesn't look like it looks now. So yeah, this country, just like America, I'm sure, is very different to how I imagine it really is. Because even on YouTube, just like the news, quite often it just shows the side of countries that maybe isn't the best advert for them, because it gets views, doesn't it? If you showed a video of America, a nice calm city or a nice calm town where people get on with each other, and I guess that might not be interesting. If you do the same in this country, it might not be interesting for viewers to watch. But I'm sure there's loads of places like that around the world where it's peaceful and it's lovely, and it would be, visually stunning. Now, I imagine every country's, well, maybe not every country, but a lot of places I've got visually stunning parts, whether it's lakes, whether it's jungle or forests, mountains, just even towns. You know, some, especially in like some parts of Europe where the towns are so old. They got stuff from hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Houses still there, like Italy. And I'm talking about Italy like I know anything about it, and I don't. I don't at all. But I think it would be quite nice to visit. But then the only time I really see anything about Italy is in movies again. And so, like Colombia, some of these places look really nice, but the movies make it sound a little bit... I'm not sure if I'd like to go, you know? But then, if you watched YouTube videos about this country made by the auditors on YouTube, you might not want to come here either, because they don't paint a great picture, but they go looking for people that are causing problems and that. So I think the one place I wouldn't want to go, actually, I'd say the one place that would be really good if you got rid of all the people living there: London. So if you moved everyone out of London, just made it into a holiday destination, turned all the houses into... I mean, I know you couldn't physically do that because there's too many people, but it would be such a lovely place to visit. You know, if they cleaned all the streets, and then they opened up all these different attractions. You could have a fairground, you could have all these things in London that was just make it like phenomenal, really amazing. Because there's lots of really good stuff in London, but it's just overpopulated. There's way too many people in such a small little area, and it's not somewhere that I would visit. It's not somewhere I particularly want to visit now, to be honest with you. And I lived there for 11 years. I was born in London, but I don't think I'd like to. Don't even fancy just even visiting now, because it's not how it used to be. I sound like an old fart now, don't I? Oh, things are so much better in the old days. Yeah, those damn taps. Why can't we just go back to just getting my water from the well? From the well. We didn't have a tap. If it didn't rain, we didn't drink. Blimmin' taps. You don't know how good you've got it. You know, I don't want to go quite that bad, but it's so I would definitely like to visit America, but it need to again. It's so much of, and I'm not moaning. I'm just, you know, I'm lucky. I have to hold on to gratitude of what I do have, which is I've got a home, I've got a roof over my head, I've got my little boy over there, Vinny, who loves his daddy, doesn't he? Did you love your daddy? He's giving me a look of like, I can't really be bothered to pretend to react right now. I'm a bit too. I'll waggle my tail later. Is that okay? Okay, fair enough. I don't see a treat in your hand, Daddy. Therefore, not much point in really giving you any honey right now, is there? You know, it's an exchange situation. You give me the treat, I'll pretend to like you. Wow, that's harsh. So I've got that, but I don't, financially I can't go anywhere or really do anything, so in the future it'd be good, but I just hope it isn't too far in the future where I can't enjoy it, you know. So Vinny started barking. Apparently he just heard another dog barking, but it was an angry bark, so he barked. Anyway, Yeah, I'd love to go to the US. I'd love to visit all my fans. All my fans. All the people that love me. All the I think people that have never met me like me more than the people that have met me. So I just love the opportunity to disappoint a few more people, you know. I could call it a disappointment tour. Okay. You can see me in person and think, oh, can you imagine if people, because some people probably don't even know what I look like, and they go by what I sound like, and I know I sound younger than I look. I know I sound a lot younger than I am. I know that anyway. I always have done. When I was about 30, I sounded about 10. It's true. I've always, if you listen to my really early recordings or my videos from, like, I think I've got some videos on YouTube from 19 years ago, and it literally is, hello, welcome to www.jasonnewland.com. My name is Jason Newland. So I didn't do the new land back then. The only reason I do the new land is because I figured it'd be easier for people to spell my name and to spell the web address. It's amazing the amount of times that people correct me. I go and get my prescription. What's the name, please? Jason Newland. Oh, Jason Newland. Don't correct someone on how they pronounce their own name, ever. That's a rule. It's a rule. That's one of the rules I'm going to put in force when I'm the king of the world. So, yeah, I'd love to go to the US. I'd love to visit the UK. Because I've got my main listeners are America, and my second highest group of listeners are from the UK. So that would be really cool to sort of travel around and put on, not a show, just like a greet and meet Q&A, like a Q&A Friday, a travelling Q&A Friday, maybe. And then you get to realise when I'm in person that this is what I'm like. Although I could be distracted by people, you know what I mean? Like if I'm sitting there, because at the moment I've got no one staring at me. Life's easier like that when there's no one staring at you. And if I was on stage, even I'm not talking about in a theatre with thousands of people. I'm just like maybe 50 people, 30 people, like a small comedy club from the 90s, which is a lovely audience size actually, if they like you. If they like you, I've never been on stage where people have liked me, but no, twice, maybe twice, but then I was never able to be myself. I didn't know who I was. I didn't know really. I was trying to be something I wasn't. Now I can't be bothered. The only time I'm something I'm not is when I'm visit family. Or visit, you know, maybe, I don't know if you know, I've noticed that sometimes friends from a long time ago, not all of them, but some friends from, like, I haven't got many now anyway, really struggled with the fact that I was changing, because some of them didn't seem to change. It's like it's almost, maybe they found their own voice a lot earlier in life than I did. So it's not for me to judge them. Maybe they were just genuine a lot earlier in their life than I was. When in a conversation with another person. So yeah, so maybe it was just me. I was just very immature, and I don't think it's a secret that I am still quite immature. I think that's what's kept me going, being very immature. and a majority of the time not taking myself too seriously. I say majority of the time because there are times when I really do, and that's where things go pear-shaped. That's when it's not good. So I have to kind of not go in that direction, because then it's happened many times, but it doesn't last usually. Well, no, it never lasts. Obviously, otherwise I'd be there now, wouldn't I? So no, it doesn't last. You already asked if I wanted to go to the US, and I'm telling you my life story. See, I can't help it. I can't help it. Oh, Anne asks me, this is a follow-on question, have you ever been to the US? No, I haven't. Never been. I almost feel like I have been, because I've been watching, just because of the TV shows and the movies that I've been watching since I was a kid. I almost feel like I can do an American accent. I can, not regional necessarily, but I can do like an American accent. I can. Do you want to hear my American accent? Here it is. What shall I do? I'll just read out some of the questions. If you could visit one place in the US, where would you go and why? See? You see? Very good, wasn't it? And then Anne's one. Have you been to the US? That's another American accent. I'll do Christine's one. Is it this weekend you're seeing your dad for his 80th birthday? That's another American accent. See, I've got some skills. No one recognises them. They're almost invisible. So, no, I've never been to America. Vinny keeps going up to his food, looking at it, smelling it, and looking up at me in disgust. There's nothing wrong with the food. I literally opened a fresh can, put it onto the plate, and he don't want to touch it. But the fact that he keeps going back to it means that he must be hungry. So he's having like a standoff between his will to not eat the food I give him, but also the need to eat. So, yeah. I'll tell you what's really weird, not quite funny actually, I quite like it. Whenever we're about to go out, and he thinks we're about to go out, he runs to his bowl of water and drinks and drinks and drinks and drinks and drinks. Loads of water. So that he's got plenty to do wee-wees. That's clever, isn't it? Maybe I'm childish thinking it's clever, but I do. I know sometimes when I'm out, I say, oh, he does this, and all dogs do that. I don't like hearing that. I like to think that everyone's different, and nobody does what my little Vinny does. I realise I'm being a bit simplistic. Yet it feels nice to think that he does his own special things. You know, I say, oh, he can't get enough treats. Well, all dogs love treats. Yeah, but when someone says that to me, they're pretty much just saying, well, that's the end of the conversation. You know, everyone does that. Okay. And what did I say to someone recently? I don't know, I said something similar to someone recently. I didn't mean it in that way. And then I kind of turned it around to kind of get out of it. I kind of backed out a little bit and reversed and parked on the pavement, the other side of the road. I don't know. But, you know, kind of like, actually, I don't like it when people do that to me. And I just did it to them without really meaning to, you know. Communication. So, no, I've never been to the US. I'd like to. I mean, I've spoken to many people from America. I'd like to visit Canada. I mean, it makes sense if I'm going to go to the US to also visit Canada, because there's no flying involved. I can just go, by probably not taxi, but by coach. Unless I was in a hurry, but I'm not. Well, hopefully I wouldn't be. So yeah, go by coach, go into Canada and just travel through Canada. I've heard it's an amazing place. I've got regular listeners in Canada as well. It'd also be cool to go. So once I got to the borders, let's say Texas, Phoenix, places like that, to maybe, I don't know if I'll be allowed, but go into South America, parts of South America. I don't know what the rules are for that, but that'd be nice to go to, like Mexico and Venezuela, and I don't know all the different places, but there's lots of different countries, isn't there? Right, so Mike asks me, what part of the UK do you live in? I live in England. So I know from outside of the UK, you got Scotland, Wales, England and Northern Ireland are part of the UK. Isn't the Isle of Man and the Isle of Wight also part of the UK, and Jersey and Guernsey as well? And there's quite a few different places that are part of the UK, but generally that's what we kind of class as the UK. England, Wales, just whatever's on this landmass, and then Northern Ireland, and then maybe the Isle of Wight's got to be part, isn't it? I don't know. So I live in England. I live in the south of England. I have lived in other places. So I was born in London. I lived in London for the first couple of years, and I moved to Newcastle. According to my oldest brother, we also lived in Scotland for a while, but I have no memory of that. That might have been before Newcastle, I don't know. I remember Newcastle, and then we moved to Southend. I remember Southend. And then, this is me, when I say we, I'm talking about me and my brothers. And then we moved to Suffolk to be with my dad and his new wife when I was 7. And then I moved away from there when I was 19 to move to London. And I stayed in London until I was 31. And then I came back, moved back to Suffolk, a different part of Suffolk, because I had a job in a sales place. And then I moved to Essex, but I also lived in Ireland. I lived in Bognor Regis for a while during the 90s. And yeah, I've moved around a fair bit over the years. This is the place. This is why I'm trying to I think I need to do a gratitude journal, just to remind myself of what I am grateful for, because I don't feel grateful a lot of the time, I'll be honest. But I think sometimes when I do the gratitude thing, I kind of put down 3 things or 5 things, and I can't think of 5 things. Or if I put a list of 3 things, I struggle with the 3 things. And then maybe the next day it's the same 3 things. And I feel pressured to try and think of different things that I'm grateful for, when actually I don't want to be fake. I don't want to pretend I'm grateful for something. But I know part of the process is to actually get in touch with things that maybe I could or should be grateful for. And then maybe I become grateful for it. So I suppose I could be grateful in theory for going bald, but I can't think of any positive thing about it. I mean, the only thing about going bald is it keeps away gold diggers. But, you know, my face generally has done that all my life. So I didn't need to go bald for that. Gold diggers. Yeah. That's a good... I like that song. Is it Kanye West and... What's his name? The actor, singer, comedian. Oh, I like that song. She's a gold digger. It's a good song. Now, if you've never heard that song, and let's say it was new in the charts, you might not want to listen to it. I don't think I've really sold it to you. She's a gold digger. But it's a good song. I really like it. It's quite an old song. It's probably about 20 years old now. But I like it, and 20 years is not a long time for someone like me. So yeah, what's new? Here's Robin. What's new and exciting in your neighbourhood? I missed this one out. I went straight to Mike. Sorry, Robin. You were next. Robin, what's new and or exciting going on in your neighbourhood? Well, because I haven't done a Q&A Friday for a while, for a week or two, I'm going to see what's been happening around here. Well, the council have been doing, like, you know, cutting the grass and stuff like that. It's that time of the year where they're starting to kind of clear up. Recently we had all the bushes, well, it's about a month ago now, but had all of the bushes and hedges taken away from the outside of the back of the building because they had mould inside the flat, and the council thought that might be causing it, so they removed all of that. It's made the garden look bigger, but I don't really use a garden anyway because it's communal, so there's no privacy. I think in my neighbourhood, so I'm just trying to, I was going to talk about my website, but that's not really a neighbourhood thing, is it? It's what I've been doing. So neighbourhood wise, everything's kind of calmed down. It's not much going on now. As the downstairs flat has been getting a new bathroom. That's lasted about 3 weeks, unless they're getting something else now. But definitely getting a new wet room or bathroom in the building downstairs, and so that's kind of 2 or 3 weeks that's been going on. There was some other building work going on downstairs at another flat. Nothing going on upstairs. I haven't had anything go on here. I mean, Uncle Sausages had a new bathroom and a new kitchen put in, which was, I mean, he liked the fact that he got a new kitchen because he was around to see that, and that was done at the end of, not last year, the year before. So he had, a good 8 or 9 months to enjoy his new kitchen. The new bathroom started and he never got to see it finished. So the lady who moved in after Uncle Sausages moved out, as it was, she's moved into a flat with new bathroom, new kitchen. It's almost like a new flat, really. I've been in there actually, and she left the door open. No, she let. That sounds wrong. I would never do that. She invited me in the other day because she needed to ask me something. It's so different in there. That's what's really weird about these flats, right? And it's probably the same about every single home in the world. There's probably nothing unique about this at all, I guess. But when someone moves out and they take all the stuff is moved out, and then someone else moves in, it's so different. I mean, I'm guessing there was a time in the past when maybe everybody had a very similar setup, like a settee, a chair, maybe a table and chairs, a TV. You know, maybe they had the same kind of setup in the living room, and in the kitchen maybe a table and chairs for the kitchen. You know, maybe it was the same kind of setup, and maybe it still is in a way, but it's so different. It's like you wouldn't even know that you'd walked into the same flat. Just like downstairs, when my friend left, Luke, 2.5 years ago, and I'd been inside that flat, blimey, I don't know how many times in the 10 years that I'd known him. So many times, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. And I couldn't really imagine the flat being that much different. But then I'd never seen it empty. And I never saw it empty. Like, I didn't have access to the flat once the council took it and they emptied everything and everything. I didn't get to see what it was like inside there until the new person moved in and she invited me in. And it was not the same flat in any way, shape or form. It just wasn't. I genuinely didn't feel like I knew where I was. Exactly the same as over there. It's just so different. And then she moved out and another person moved in just before Christmas. So she moved out last summer. Another person moved in just, I'd say about November time. And he invited me in. Everyone invites me in. I don't know why, but he invited me in. I went in there. I think it was just because of the floorboarding, me and another neighbour, because he's got mould as well. Sort of like we have. That both downstairs has had a lot of problems with mould. But completely different again. So different. Like the flat, even though it's just amazing, just like how, and I can't believe I'm getting so excited about this, but it makes me wonder what I could do with this place, because this is just messy. It's really, you know, I've got this old soundproofing stuff on the wall, which is black and grotty, and it's the same colour, the walls are the same colour as when I moved in. We painted them, but just painted them the same colour, which is a bit pointless. And because I don't put any effort into things like that. I'm not house proud. And I kind of wish I was a little bit, because this, like anywhere, could just be lovely, can't it? You can make anything lovely. But I think the problem, apart from my body, I think the problem is I moved in here with the attitude that I've always had, is that I'm going to be moving on, because that's all I've ever done. I've just lived in rooms, pretty much, even if it's been for a few years, but I've always moved on. I was never settled, so I never painted any of the rooms I moved into. What's the point? In fact, I don't think that was even an option. It might have been. Didn't even think about it, actually. But I just rented the room. It came as it came. If it was decorated, if it had like a bed, yeah, most rooms had a bed and a chair, maybe a table. So they came furnished, most of the bedrooms that I rented over the years. And I just lived there for a year or 2 years or 4 years, and then moved out. Through choice or through eviction, whatever. And I suppose when I moved in here, I had a little bit of a painting, got a carpet. I was pleased with the carpet when I got it. Then I got Andre, my little ferret, and he was also pleased with the carpet, which is why he destroyed it. It was his little toy, big toy in fact. And then Vinny came in and continued the destruction. And I just haven't, I kind of like to be house proud in a way. But it's just, I think it's because I never really got a chance to live messily. I think I'm quite a messy person. Because I've got stuff here on the desk, like I've got my laptop, got my iPad that I'm using to record. I've got a recorder, I've got the hard drives where my recordings are stored. I've got multiple things on the desks that probably aren't even necessary to be on there. But everything's within range that I can reach. Vinny's now staring at me. He's sitting on the edge of the settee, staring right at me. Go away, leave me alone. It's not time to go out anyway, it's only 10 to 4. Why don't you eat your dinner, Vinny? Why don't you eat your din-dins? And that distracted me. What was I talking about? Decorating. Yeah, I could have. I mean, I'm talking about like past tenses. I could have done so much with this flat. There's still time, I hope. Maybe I should look into it. Maybe gradually over time start to make the flat nicer. Perhaps, I mean, I need a new carpet. This carpet's ridiculously horrible, but I've had it for 11 years and it's worn out. It was worn out within a year, unfortunately, but it was proper worn out. I'd like to get some soundproofing for the floor so that it's just better, because when I'm making recordings, the less noise or sound there is, the better. I did think about maybe trying to put some kind of soundproofing on the ceiling, because Elvis Presley, I'm now comparing myself to Elvis Presley. Yep, didn't see that coming, did you? Elvis Presley, in one of his rooms that he used to like to jam, and sing and stuff with his friends, with his guitar, had a big, massive carpet on the ceiling for the acoustic, for the soundproofing. Now, I'm not quite sure how much work would be put into that. And I'm pretty sure it wasn't a cheap carpet either, was it? But I don't know how that would be done. But I don't know. I do have some newer soundproofing that I put on a few months back. Blimey, beginning of the year maybe, and it looks nicer. I don't know how soundproofing it is though, because I'm not sure, but it seems to be okay. But then I realised a while back that actually, although I want the sound to be a good quality sound, I don't necessarily want it to sound like too professional or too like a radio, because it sounds a bit unnatural, or like a CD. It might not, like really perfect studio, professional kind of sound. Great for singing, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily required, because I had my recording equipment broke, didn't it, a while back, but I've still got that microphone, which was it's actually the microphone that Frasier uses in his sitcom Frasier. if you look at the microphone he's got on his desk, exactly the same microphone. So it's still going, they're still popular microphones. But there's a certain sound to it that isn't as natural as this, I think. I think this is a little bit more natural. It's a bit, I don't know why, not really sure how to explain it. But yeah, there's not a lot going on. I tell you what has gone on. I got 3 letters from the council. One telling me that they're going to do a survey of my building to check out for asbestos and stuff. Because there's asbestos in the bathroom, and I think they want to check that, which is fine. Just come and do what they want. But I've also got, in fact, let me have a look. I'm going to find them for you and read them to you. So I've got these letters. I did have someone phone me a couple of weeks ago saying, "Oh, we're calling from the local council, the housing association. We're doing a survey." And I said, "No thanks. Bye. Love you. Bye. Bye. Bye." Mwah, mwah. I wasn't rude, but I haven't got the patience for these surveys. And to be honest, I didn't know if they were real or not. There's so many scams, but it looks like it was real. So I got a letter. I'm going to call them next week. I've been too busy this week with the old dentists and stuff. Did I tell you I found an NHS dentist? I didn't actually talk about it, did I? I forgot that's what's really happening. I know it's not a neighbourhood thing. I found an NHS dentist, and oh man, I was talking to a neighbour yesterday, the day before, I don't know, whenever it was, and I was just mentioning, because I hadn't seen her for a while, I was just mentioning that I'd just been to the dentist and on antibiotics, and I had diarrhoea. I thought she'd like to hear. Actually, I didn't say. I said, "Oh, I've got something." She said, "What?" I said, "It rhymes with diarrhea." And she said, "What?" And I said, "The shits." I said, "Oh, okay." And why didn't you say that then? Anyway, and then another neighbour came out, and we were talking about dentists, and like it's hard to get one. But my other neighbour said that she managed to get an NHS dentist. So she gave me the name, and I went online, and I got my motivation back to try and find someone, because I'll be honest, I'd given up. I'd spent hours on the phone waiting to get through to each one of them, and everyone was saying no, but we'd do it for lots of money. So I gave up until I didn't, and then I got back on it and found. It took a while, and I couldn't get one where she was, but I did find one eventually. And I also got my friend, Vinny's mum, also she got into the same dentist on it as an NHS patient. And so that was the big thing of the week. I mean, technically the big thing of the week is how much time I've been sitting on the toilet. Or maybe the fact that I missed my dad's 80th party, but yeah, I mean, well, I'm not going to go back to that anyway. So yeah, so that's good. 8th of April, so it's 18th. So this got sent. It normally takes about 10 days to get through, believe it or not. But 8th of April, I think this came through probably about 2 or 3 days ago. Dear Mr. J. Newland, I hope this letter finds you well. We have been contacted by your home, basically the landlord of the council, housing, to assess your home for an upgrade of your existing central heating system. To enable us to complete these works, we will need 2 surveys to be carried out. One by ourselves to assess the heating system that you have in your property. This will be a survey of the boiler, radiators, air source, heat pump and / or thermostat, depending on what you have in your property. The second survey that needs to be carried out is an asbestos survey targeted to your heating system. This does not necessarily mean you have asbestos in your property. Well, I already know I have, because I had to sign a form saying it was okay. When I moved in, they said you got asbestos in your bathroom ceiling, and possibly the kitchen ceiling as well. So I already signed a form, a waiver for that one. Just basically what they did say, it's not asbestos, but they said it's minimal. And what was I going to do? Say nope, because it would be the same with every council flat that they were going to offer me. Okay, to put your heater system. This does not necessarily. I think what it is they need to find out what the asbestos situation is before they start ripping things apart, because of the danger of that to probably the workers, to be fair, as well as the people living there. I say people, me and Vinny, he's a person too. The company, so they're going to do that before any work can commence. The company used for this survey is a contracted worker for the local borough homes. They will be in contact with you directly to carry out this survey. Once we've carried out our survey and we have received the asbestos report for your property, the upgrade of the system can be scheduled. New systems generally take 1 day to complete. The duration of the works will be discussed at the time of booking the instalment. Please could you contact us on any of the methods below to arrange your survey. Wow, okay, I thought they were going to contact me. Okay, that's good. I'll call them. So, central heating system. Does that mean the radiators? Anyone? Because I had a new boiler put in, I think it was either 2018 or 2019. And I think in today's terms, that's quite a new boiler, because it's probably been in there for 20 or 30 years, the old one. And it kept breaking down, like constantly. It was like every few weeks. Yeah, the boilers broke down again, and they'd come down. And now they do a yearly check, and I've never had an issue, I don't think, ever with a boiler. Never. Yeah, the boiler's great. It's always passed its checks, and I mean, it's just you. It's only me and Vinny here, so it's not. I mean, the heating's on. I'm not shy with heating either. I do have the heating on in the winter. I'm not going to sit here being cold. Some people are like, I want to wear a jumper. No. Even if I get in debt with the electric company, I'd do that rather than sit here being cold, because that's just not. I've had to live like that in the past. You know, when I've been dependent on landlords or landladies, where I didn't have any heat in my room because it wasn't September yet, or it wasn't October yet. You know, heating goes on in October and it goes off in March, even though sometimes we have colder weather in April than we do in January. So, yeah. And then it only comes on for a couple of hours a day. It's like, come on. The amount of times I had to get myself a heater, like a electric heater for the room. And I thought, you know what? They're not saving any money. If anything, it's costing them more money, because I'm putting this heater, plugging it in, 1 or 2 heaters sometimes, and that's going on their electricity bill instead of just having the heating on. So it's probably costing them more money, but I'm not sitting in cold. I did it for too many years. I wouldn't do it now. But if it does get cold, I will put a jumper on. I'm not sitting here in my bathing suit in December. I'm not quite like that. You know, I don't have it on all the time. I don't have it on in the summer. Just, I love it when I switch it off and then it's not on anymore until hopefully September at least. But there's no way of knowing, is there? If it's a cold day, I'll turn it on. It's on a like a what's it? A thing. So if it needs to come on, it comes on. If it's cold, it comes on. It doesn't look at what year it is, or what the month is, or what the date is. If it's a certain temperature, it comes on. And that suits me until a point where I just switch it off altogether. Because there's a period of time when it's just not needed at all. I don't want it to come on even by accident. Mind you, I might have to, depending on electric and gas, I might have to review my my statement on that one. I might have to start sitting here in the cold. Ooh, I hope not. I hope not. You know, my friend downstairs, he said that to me because he got pneumonia one year, and from then on he always had his heating on. Because he didn't have his heating on, he didn't want to build up a bill. But then on, he said, "Oh, I was with him. Of course, I was with him." So I said, "You got to have your heating on, mate," because he was really, really ill with it, and he was unwell anyway. So I said, "You got to have your heating on," and he was like, I think the last year he said no. Or the last couple of years he said, "No, I'm going to have to just move everything into one room because the heating's too much." And I said, "Look, even if you get into debt, it's better to get into debt. And I'll do anything I can to help you anyway." See, he's not on his own. And you can't let yourself get cold because he had no body fat. He just literally, it's not like me, I'm like a whale. I could probably go about a month without eating and not even notice it. Which is a ridiculous thing to say, but I probably could. You know, I've got so much fat on me, I'd just be burping every now and then as my body eats the fat. I don't know. It's a weird one. Definitely lose weight. It's not the way I'd like to. And I said, "You got to have the heating on." And the last year, he was like, really like, "I'm going to move into just one room." I said, "No, look, even if you get behind, it doesn't matter. They're not going to kick you out. You won't get kicked out for being from the council for getting into arrears with your. If you don't pay your rent, you're getting kicked out potentially, but not with the bills. And they can't switch your meter into a pay-as-you-go meter because you've got asthma." And he had COPD, so they weren't allowed to do that. It's illegal for them to change it over to that. So okay. So I was looking out for him and waiting for the bailiffs. They did actually turn up after he'd left. But he stopped paying the bills. But he had the heating on. So he did part of what I said. I didn't tell him to stop paying the bills. I just said to him, have the heating on to keep yourself warm. Because, I mean, he used to like really not look forward to the winter. Loved the summer. Look forward to the summer. But then he found himself not even being that particularly warm in those parts where he used to be okay, like spring, autumn. He was finding himself cold, you know, like April, May time, like, oh, and then August, September, it's like, it was cold. Where before he'd be walking around topless with his boobies out. So I didn't have to really add that, did I? I don't know what my point was on that. Oh yeah, we were talking about central heating. this is... So I don't know. I can't imagine they'd changed the actual boiler, but some of the radiators don't work and they're falling apart. Seriously. The radiator in the kitchen, the radiator in the bathroom only gets a little bit warm at the bottom. The radiator in the bedroom and the living room are fine. They work well, which is the main thing, to be fair, because that's where I need the most. Not so much in the bedroom, but more in here, because this is where I spend most of my time, in the living room. The kitchen, the radiator is just turned off. I don't have it on, don't need it on. I think it might be broke anyway. And the radiator near the door, the front door, is broken, but it still heats up, but there's bits, the knobs falling off and everything. And so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 radiators in my home. 2 really long radiators, because the windows are big in here, in both the bedroom and the living room. And very small radiators, probably the same size, in the kitchen, bathroom, and in the hallway near the front door. So it'd be good if they replaced all the... Wow! They replaced the radiators? It'll almost, not force me, but it'll almost guide me towards maybe doing something with this flat, because when I moved in, it was a bit grotty, I'll be honest. It was a bit grotty. The doors are still grotty. They've still got big scratch marks from when they used to have a couple of big dogs living there. Same old doors. So I might contact the council and see, is there a way of getting the doors changed, the internal doors, that is. I know they have to be to a certain regulation, safety and stuff, but they're grotty, really grotty, all of them, and they're just those ones that you could pretty much punch a hole through, but they are, I mean, they're safe as far as the standard it was supposed to be, but they're not nice doors. They're falling apart, but they were when I first moved in. Although Andre helped a little bit, because he used to scratch at the door and trying to dig underneath it. Bless him. There was this one time. It was hard. Mrs. T, what? Cup of tea. When was it? I think it was a few months after I got Andre, and I had to go up to the airport, and I come back. So I'd been gone all day long. Literally, I'd been gone, left early in the morning, got back quite late at night, because a long day, and I was waiting for ages and everything like that. Andre had destroyed the living room. Everything was everywhere. Now, why didn't I just leave him in his cage, is the question. But I didn't want to. I wanted him to have his freedom and to be happy. So I let him do what he wanted. And he destroyed... I struggled to push the door open, because he'd pulled the carpet up, so I could hardly get in the front door, into the living room door. And he was just hissing like... That's what he did when he was angry. But at the same time, he was happy to see us, so... It's a nice memory. Not the trashing of the building, but just my little boy. So that's interesting. So I've got 2 letters from the same company. It's the next one here. I think this must have been like attached to this one. Why do I need my heating system refurbished? So the company's been asked to carry out a central heating system upgrade in your property on behalf of the council, the landlord. Renewing the central heating system will allow for greater energy efficiency within your property. A modern heating system has greater reliability and will provide better control over your heating, which could potentially save you money, as well as being better for the environment. There are also many benefits to having your radiators upgrade, such as a faster heating time and a more equal distribution of heat. The upgrade to your heating system may also include modern heating control. This will offer more precise temperature management, which I'm really not interested in. I don't want it to be complicated. I don't do complicated. I can't even explain to you how important that is for it not to be complicated. If your property currently has storage heaters, no, it doesn't. It may be an option for you to convert to a gas central heating system should you wish. No, I have a gas central heating system. This can be discussed prior to any works taking place. If there is no gas available to your property, we will need to carry out a service of your current storage heaters to ensure that you are up to date. I'm really surprised that storage heaters still exist. I've lived in places with storage heaters. I quite like them actually, but I'm surprised that they still exist in 2026 in a council property. That surprises me. But then, in all fairness, this is probably the same letter that they send out to everybody in the country. Probably, and then they just change the top bit for each individual council that they're working for, because they might have a contract for the whole country worth hundreds of millions. So it might just like trying to cover everybody, because it did say also if you don't have access to gas, which is, there's no one around here in my town that would not have access to gas. I know it's countryside where I live, but it's not that countryside, not that, there might have been a time when there was no gas. Well, it would have been a time, wouldn't it? But probably not on this estate, because it's not that old. It's only about 40 odd years old, 40 or 50 years old, this estate. This building was built around probably the late 70s, this flat. So there's been a lot of people living here over the years. The ceilings are quite high actually. I've not really looked at the ceilings very often. The ceilings are quite high, but that's one of the benefits of being 3 foot tall. Oh. So your new system, if your property currently has storage heaters, blah blah, we will need to carry out a service of your current storage. Okay, that's not really necessary. Your new heating system may include an upgrade of some or all aspects of your system. These are a radiator upgrade. Yes, please. A boiler upgrade. I don't think they'd need to, but who knows? A modern heating control. I don't want it to be complicated. I like my control, but it's very old. It's probably about 40 years old. Replacement of existing storage heaters? No, I don't have one. Storage heaters to gas central heating? Nope. Air source heat pump? I have no idea what that is. Anyone? Air source heat pump? doesn't sound like those words should even be in the same sentence. What happens next? If you have not already, you will shortly hear from your asbestos contractor. An asbestos report is required by the borough homes in order for us to complete your heating upgrade. This does not necessarily mean that there is asbestos within your property. This is just a requirement set out by the thing. So, yeah, there is asbestos here. Asbestos? While this report is in progress, we will need to complete our own survey, which is completed by one of our heating supervisors. This will include a check of your heating system and an identification of any elements that need to be upgraded. This will also give you two opportunity. No one checked the spelling check of this one. Wow. This will also give you two opportunity to let us know if you have any additional needs before, during and on completion of works. Whoever wrote this out, bearing in mind this is going to be a generic letter they've not typed it out individually, guaranteed. There's not been checked. There's so many mistakes, not spelling mistakes. Well, the wrong words in the wrong places and the punctuation not correct. And I'm no expert. Although I do sound like one right now, don't I? No, you just sound like an idiot. You sound like you're just picking fault with things you don't need to. All right, blimey. This will also give you the opportunity to let us know if you have any additional needs before, during and on completion of works. This will enable us to tailor our works around any individual requirements. We will contact you in due course to book this appointment. However, we would greatly appreciate a call from you in the meantime to book this appointment in. Hearing from you speeds us the process instead of up, and ensures your works are completed quickly and efficiently. Before we start works, what do we need you to do? Once we have identified the works that need to be carried out within your property, we will contact you to book for these works to be completed. Ooh. Our installs usually take 1 day to install. However, in some cases, work may take a few extra days. If this is the case, we will let you know the duration of your works when we book in your install date. Our heating team will need room around your radiators and boilers in order to change them quickly and efficiently. Generally, this would require you moving personal items from around these areas. Our surveyors will discuss with you what will need to be moved when they survey your property. Our team are happy to help move any large furniture, such as beds and sofas. We would suggest moving smaller personal effects prior to our team's arrival. A disclaimer will need to be signed by yourself prior to the works taking place. This will be made available to you at survey. This says just contact, so I'm going to contact him on Monday, I do believe. I'll have a little toilet break, and by that I mean a break from the toilet. So I also received these 2 letters. No, 3 letters. 3? Wow, 3. Okay. So, no, 4. So there's 2 letters, but there's 2 parts to each one. This one was the 10th of the 4th. Dear resident, we are writing to let you know that your home has been selected for inclusion in our 2026-2027 planned maintenance programme. These works form part of our ongoing investment to ensure our homes remain safe, well maintained and comfortable. The exact works required at your property are still being assessed. However, they may include improvements such as heating systems upgrade. They've already kind of said that they're going to do that, haven't they? So that's already kind of done. So I'll contact them. It says here, before any work can begin, an asbestos survey must be carried out at your home. You'll be contacted by another company. How many different companies are they using to arrange a convenient appointment for this survey? Okay. So I'm confused now. So this company's saying contact them to get a survey, and now they're saying a different company's going to contact. So I'm a little bit confused because no one's phoned me. Unless it was that phone call I had about I might have blocked that number. I better just check I haven't. Hope not. So to arrange a convenient appointment for this survey. Following this, our contractor will contact to arrange an initial inspection of the proposed works. Please note that this inspection may take place at any time between April and March. April 2026 and March 2027. So we kindly ask you to wait to hear from the contractor. So we kindly ask that you wait to hear from the contractor. Okay. But the contractor asked me to contact them. Make it make sense. Say it with chest. Yeah. Once the inspection has been clear, okay. All our contractors carry identification cards. Please do not allow anyone. If you have any questions, you can contact us. Okay. So that's that one. Yours sincerely, Assess Management Team. And this is my landlord or landlady, land people, land bosses. But this is another one. This is different though. And this was again on 10th of April 2026. RE, planned maintenance work at your property. Dear residents, see this is weird because they're not saying my name. I have an issue with that. Because they should know my name. I've lived here 11 years. But it's just dear current occupier. So it's just like generic letters that they're sending out to everyone. I want my name. We are writing to let you know that your home has been selected for inclusion in our 2026-2027 planned maintenance programme. You might think this is exactly the same letter, but it's not. It's a different letter. Same word so far. These works form part of our ongoing investment to ensure your homes remain safe, well maintained and comfortable. The exact works required at your property are still being assessed. However, they may include improvements such as kitchen replacement. Bum, bum, bum. Oh yeah. I tell you what I'd like. And it's greedy. I know. It's very greedy. I mean, having the radiators, having all that changed would be great because the radiators are really grey. Having the kitchen changed. But if I had to choose between a new bathroom and a new kitchen, I'd choose for a new kitchen. Because again, it's not good. It's not nice in there. But if I could get a new bathroom as well and new windows, that would be... Well, it's a new flat, basically, isn't it? It's a new flat. If I've got like new windows, I mean, half the flat's going to be refurbished if I've got new radiators, a new heating system, and a new kitchen. That's half the flat done. And if I get a new bathroom, like a few of the people that live around here had, that's pretty much everything done. And then new windows. I don't have a huge issue with the windows, although they are a bit grotty as well, falling apart a little bit. That'd be like a new flat. Then I'd have no excuse really to not make the place a little bit better for my old age, for my pension years. Wow. Blimey. So it says here, so kitchen replacement. So now they're talking about the radiators or the heating system and a kitchen replacement. Before any work you have to do the asbestos stuff, same stuff as before. Also the same, this whole thing could happen between now and March next year. So I'm guessing the people that will get sorted first will be the people that contact them first. Because ultimately, if I go back to the company itself, the company that's doing this, they've got a contract, and the more work that they can do, the more money they're going to get paid, aren't they? So if they come in here and they say, oh, well, we need also to do a kitchen and a bathroom, they might not be able to do the windows, that might not be part of their thing, but if they can, if they can find a reason to do a bathroom, then I could end up with a new bathroom as well. Because the more work they do, it's better for everyone, isn't it? Except the council, probably. I don't know. Plus, it's an investment anyway, isn't it? It's an investment in the building for the council. Because, someone's going to live here after me, someone will live here after them, someone will live here after, so providing no one actually purchases the flat from the council, this could be here for another 50 years, another 100 years even, with different tenants. Then he started barking again, so I'm not quite sure what I was talking about then. Right, Maria asks, not so much a question, Jason, more of a suggestion. As you didn't talk about cats last night in Monday's Boring Objects, would it be possible to talk about different breeds of cats or dogs at some stage in the future? I like both. Thank you for all that you do. Right, Maria, maybe this coming Monday I'll make an effort to do that for the Monday's Boring Objects. The thing is, you may have noticed that sticking to the subject is not my speciality, which is also part of the process as well, because it's hard to focus when someone keeps moving around and switching subjects and stuff. It's kind of part of the process of, helping you to fall asleep and be bored and all that, relaxed. But I will try, Maria, to do one next week, okay? I will try. Anne asks me, what was your favourite and least favourite subject in school? I didn't like any of the subjects, if I'm honest. There was one subject that I could tolerate, and that was RE, religious education. I didn't like it, but I didn't look forward to going. I wasn't waiting after, I wasn't waiting outside the classroom 5 minutes before the door opened, jumping up and down with excitement. I didn't like it that much, but I did like the teachers. I'll be honest, both the teachers that I had during high school with RE, I liked. If we forget high school, because I didn't like high school, all 5 years, didn't like it. In junior school, I enjoyed English. I enjoyed learning joined up writing. I enjoyed reading books, improving my vocab. I guess I didn't really know I was improving my vocabulary, but improving my understanding of the, books and the syntax and all that stuff. I had a sense of accomplishment when I'd take a book home and I'd read it and I'd take it back the next day, and the praise from my teacher. Because I didn't get a lot of praise, I'll be honest. I think my stepmum would give me praise, but praise just wasn't It wasn't really the done thing, I don't think, back then. But my English teacher did, gave me praise, and could see that I was really putting in the effort. Even if I wasn't doing things correctly, I was putting in the effort, and I knew I was putting in the effort. But that's the only subject, really, that I would say I didn't have an attitude when I was at junior school. I was kind of still, because bearing in mind I'd only lived with a family from the age of 7, so I was at junior school 7, 8, 9, 10 for 7, 8, 9 for 4 years in that town, and the whole time I went to 3 different junior schools, and I would say I was generally quite content at those schools. You know, I mean, I had friends to play with. At the last junior school, I learned to play the violin. I had friends that I used to run around with and play with outside of school. I liked all 3 of the junior schools. And don't really remember anyone giving me hassle, like the teachers being horrible or rude or sort of picking on me or anything like that I would get in the high school. So I definitely liked, if I was going to go back to subjects, I would focus on what I liked in junior school. High school, I just got to kind of forget that. So junior school, up to the age of 10, well, up to the age of 11 actually, I suppose. I liked making stuff out of balsa wood, and I liked cross-stitching, which makes me wonder why I don't do it now, because I'm never not going to like doing it, in a weird way, because what my this might put me back into the kind of the special needs section, but I had a teacher that let me make stuff out of balsa wood while the other kids were actually doing different things, probably maths or something, because if I wasn't interested in something, then maybe I was a little bit, and I wasn't aware of it, maybe I was a little bit disruptive. I might have been, without realising it. When I was in high school, I realised I was being disruptive, but in junior school, I might not have realised I was doing it, you know? So they used to let me do stuff that just placated me, I suppose, just calmed me down, and I would just be left alone. And I'd spend hours and hours making a little canoe out of a bit of balsa wood, just with some sandpaper and a little knife. I suppose whittling, isn't it? Is it called whittling? So, yeah, I'm not sure. Probably English. I think maths, I could do like the basic adding up. And I remember learning, you got adding 2 numbers up, and then if one adds up to more than 10, then you put the lower number and you put the 1 underneath, or I don't know, sort of. I kind of knew what I meant when I said it. And I just remember, like, some of that, it makes sense. Times tables, yeah. It makes sense. Like, basic adding up, taking away, times tables, dividing a little bit more difficult, I found. Dividing something by, and then fractions, very basic fractions, like half, quarter, third. But ultimately fractions they're pretty much simple, really, aren't they? Okay. They're simple, but it's like, if you go even deeper and deeper and deeper, obviously there's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction or whatever. And then adding up fractions. I think I got that wrong because I did it the same way as you do, like adding up numbers. Like I know that 2 halves is a whole. I know that 4 quarters is 1, or 2 quarters is a half. You know, I know it's not. I'm not saying it like, aren't I clever? I'm 55 and I know that 2 quarters make a half. I'm not bragging or showing off. I'm not showing off, honest. But I knew that back then. But then when we started going to eighths and sixteenths, and it started to become complicated, but it wasn't. It's not complicated in reality. It's really simple in reality. If you if you just look at it from a distance, like you're just breaking it up into 16 bits, or you break it up into 20 bits. You're breaking up into 100 bits, so each bit's 1. You're breaking up into 200 bits, so each bit is half. Well, you know, I'm not sure if that's true, but you know, something happened to me with maths where I got to a level of I probably got to a level about of an 8-year-old, probably 7 or 8, and then I kind of seemed to kind of get stuck a bit. And I would say I've, over time, just because I've had to learn percentages, and in daily life, you know, had to learn. So when I was in sales, I had to figure out what my percentage of calls to sale ratio, or what my numbers of quotes to sale ratio, and what it was for our team compared to other teams. So I kind of had to sort of learn some of that stuff, which I hadn't taken any notice of at school, and realise it's actually quite easy. I'm not saying I could do it now, but you know, back then it's like, okay, it's very simple. It's probably 10-year-old maths, but I didn't really get to that level. So in junior school, I'd say my least favourite. I had 2 least favourite. So my favourite was English. I loved English. I loved reading. And if I managed to get myself some glasses, I want to go back to reading again. It's just my eyesight is not great at the moment. I'm not moaning. I'm just stating facts, okay? Okay. I am moaning. I'm not. I think English was my favourite, definitely, 100%. Choir time, not necessarily music. So I guess music was my second favourite, because we'd sing. We'd sing in the choir, practice hymns, all that stuff. So I loved that. Love singing. Least favourite would be maths, but I didn't hate it. I just didn't understand a lot of it. But the teacher didn't give me a hard time. All I asked in life, not to be given a hard time from people, individual people. You know, give me space. You know, that's what I said. You know, when I had a sales job in London, selling contracts for mobile phones. And I was number 2 on the sales floor, because I guess I was just naturally quite good at it. And then I moved and I applied for a job at a big insurance company, doing the same job, but, you know, selling insurance. And the bloke he didn't seem very excited to take me on, because I was much older than most of the people working there, who were in their early 20s, and I was 31. It wasn't exactly old, was I? But I felt old. And I said to him, you know what, honestly, here's the honest truth. I will be rubbish at this job, probably for the first 3 to 6 months. Then I'll be the best. And he was thrown back by that. I spoke to him later on. He wasn't going to give me the job. It's only because someone else that had interviewed me as well said, yeah, take him on, give him a chance. Or maybe they had an interview because they got a reference to my previous place and realised that I was a good seller, because they were surprised as well. Like, how are you selling more than everyone else nearly? I said, I don't know. Just, But I stuck to what I said. I made sure I was really rubbish at the beginning. I remember he came round and said, you were honest. At least you're honest about being rubbish. I said, no, just wait. I've got to learn my way around this. It's a whole new computer system. I didn't have much experience really using computer systems. I could build websites, but I couldn't, this was a whole new thing to me. I knew nothing about insurance. So I started in September, went through all the way through till it was April, when suddenly I was on that wall, and I think I was number 2. I went from being like number 70 or something, if that. No one knew who I was, so suddenly my name was at the top. Not number 1, but like number 2 or number 3. And people were asking, who's this Jason? And I heard a few people on one table started singing, there's a hero, if you look over there, is a bloke who never comes into work wearing trousers. And from then on, I was in the top 5 from the whole time I worked there. After that, never moved out of the top 5. I'd have a week off and I'd still be in the top 5 of the month. How is that? Can you imagine that? A whole week off where I didn't get any sales at all, and I'd still be in the top 5. In fact, I was in the top 5. When I went part-time, I was still in the top 10%. In fact, I might have been still in the top 5%, even when I was working part-time. People full-time weren't getting as many sales as me. This is starting to come across as bragging. I haven't had much to brag about in my life. I might as well brag about that. It was the only time I've been successful, I think. But yeah, mathematics wasn't really my thing. And the other subject I didn't like really was sports. Now, I didn't mind rounders. Rounders was fun. That's what America turned into baseball. It's like softball. I think we invented it, and it was just a kids' game, and you turned it into a multi-billion-pound franchise, which is brilliant. And so we did that. I liked that because I got to run around. And let's face it, rounders is just like a children's version of cricket. You hit a ball and then you run around and stuff. But it's a more friendly, less technical, easier thing to understand. Not that cricket's complicated, I would say. But rounders was the only subject that I enjoyed, because everything else, apart from swimming, even though I couldn't swim, I was having swimming lessons, and the swimming instructor and the teacher that did the swimming was lovely. So I semi-learnt to swim when I was at that school. Semi. So cricket and football, someone hit me in the knee with a ball when I was, the very first time I ever was in bat, and they threw the thing and it hit the one leg that wasn't protected, the one knee, and I chased them with the bat. Apparently not supposed to do that. The bat was bigger than me. And in football, the problem was nearly everybody was bigger than me. The kids some of them were nearly a year older than me in my year. So for example, I turned 10 in the end of August, and some of the kids would turn 11 at the beginning of September. So literally they had a year's growth. And even in junior school, some of the kids were like adults nearly, physically. So I didn't like the full contact stuff where people were pushing me, because like when I went to high school, we did hockey and someone hit me in the shins with a hockey stick, and I chased them around the field with a hockey stick trying to get them, and I think I did get them, and I was banned from playing hockey again. And I tried to explain to the teacher, if anyone hurts me, I hurt them back. It's always going to be the case. It's never ever going to be different from that. It's been the same when I've done martial arts. You know, I've done martial arts, it's about sparring, it's not about hurting each other, it's about technique, about being gentle. Some people don't get that. They want to be tough and they want to like show how hard they can kick and stuff. So I always have to show them and let them know by accident that they can't do that. So next question, Shanthini. If you could have any superpower, what would it be and why? I don't know. The next question, if you have to eat the same food every day for the rest of your life, what would you choose? I'll probably choose pizza. Probably choose a Papa John's pizza with a chocolate crunchy thingy, whatever it's called. Chocolate. What's it called? Chocolate thing. Biscuit kind of thing. So, yeah. But it wouldn't be a good thing for me to eat every day. So if I was looking from a more nutritionist thing, I'd probably go for a roast dinner. But I'd have such a huge amount of stuff that I could variate. So I'd have everything you could possibly have on a roast dinner every day. And I guess one day I could leave out the Brussels sprouts. Another day I could not have the broccoli. Maybe not have the Yorkshire puddings. I'd have mashed potato. I'd have chips, fries, whatever you want to call them. I'd have roast potatoes. Everything. So I could like mix and match, you know what I mean? I'd have sausages on there as well. I'd have to have bread rolls to go with the roast dinner. So then I could put sausages into the rolls. I could put sausages into the Yorkshire puddings to make us, I guess, toad in the hole. So yeah, I think that would be quite a good idea. Have a roast dinner, but with like a huge plate of a roast dinner. Although I guess that'd be quite wasteful. So not from, have a bit of everything. That would suit me. Superpower. It depends when you ask me. I mean, I like the idea of being invisible. But I'd like the idea of being invincible, just being alive forever. That suits me. I quite like the idea of that, being alive forever. I don't know what that superpower would be. I guess I'm not sure. Wolverine, kind of Wolverine's powers, I suppose. Healing powers. Actually, I want to change that. I think if I could have a superpower, it would be to heal others. Yeah, that's what I'd choose, to heal others. Yeah. So yeah, healing other people physically, to be able to heal them. And I don't think that needs an explanation, to be honest. I think you can kind of figure out why. I can't imagine anything better. Anything other than being able to produce food out of my toes. That would obviously be a good thing, or produce water out of my ears, so I could just travel around the world and feed people and stuff. But if I was able to heal people, wouldn't that bring peace to the world? Potentially. You know, I'm not going to heal you unless you shake hands. Now give each other a hug. A little bit of kisses, that's it. A little bit. No, but you know what I mean. Everyone needs to get on. Nicole asks, what's the most ordinary part of your day that you secretly enjoy the most? Getting up in the morning, eating my ready break. That period. So when I get up, check the internet, check my stuff, all the stats, all that stuff. And then I have my ready break, cup of tea, watch a bit of TV, maybe just, maybe watch a bit of YouTube. And then after about an hour, I'd listen to a hypnosis recording for about an hour, sometimes 2 hours, because I wake up quite early, but I like waking up. Sounds strange maybe, but that's my favourite part of the day, is when I wake up. Eating my ready break. Yeah. So, Nicole, thank you. The last one was from Mary. I really like Q&A Friday, and I hope you keep it going. Question, how did your dad's 80th birthday go, or is it this coming Saturday? Yeah, so I've kind of covered that. So I didn't go in the end. It was today. Well, it's tomorrow, but the weekend, the birthday party was today, or the barbecue was today. So I wasn't able to go. The next question, this is more of a telling off than a question. Ooh. When are you going to make an appointment with the optician and buy yourself some new specs? You've been talking about it for years, and you'll be damaging your eyes. You'll be amazed at how much you can see when you get proper new specs. A whole new world. Altogether, a whole new world. That's a song, isn't it? A Whole New World? Was it Elton John? Oh. Mary, you are correct. You are right. And what I'm thinking of doing is, on the date that I have to go to have my dentist appointment, I might try and, because I think it's in the town, I don't know exactly where. I also might try and get an optician appointment on the same day, around that, or within a couple of hours of being there. And that's on a Monday as well, so there's potential I could have my new glasses by the weekend, depending on how much they cost, of course. At least reading glasses, that would be nice. I definitely need glasses for viewing stuff. But I don't really, because it's the very bottom of the glasses that's the reading part. And I find myself reading with the main part, because that's where my eyes kind of are. And I potentially need to get some glasses specifically for using the computer. I'll look into that. Mary, you're right. I need to look after my eyes. And I've kind of neglected that. But I think that's what I'm going to do. Get an optician's test. Perhaps on the day that I go to have the old dentist appointment, and then at least it's done. Even if I have to wait a couple of months to actually buy the glasses, at least the test is done, isn't it? And I can kind of get going. Talking about getting going, I'm going to get going now, because I've come to the end of this ear recording. And according to this, I've been talking for a very, very, very long time. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. And thank you everyone for your questions. Bye. Bye, 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 bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice. Maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me. And I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, press the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized really, it was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down. Because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body. Dripping out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, relax, relax so very deeply. Relax so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper. And deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck. The feelings in your wrists. The muscles in the front of your body. Are also feeling peaceful. Deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. Relaxing. So very slow.
your stomach. Peaceful in your stomach. Your back. Notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles. Your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body. tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting, mind just wandering away, happy to let go, let go, completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go, even more. Peaceful. enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe, so much easier. Loose. You may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. Drifting. total peace. Calm, so calm, letting go. Peace of mind, relaxed body, so relaxed, so relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body. And your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time. And all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips. So down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks. And all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. Circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. focusing now on your hands. Your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace that just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose, your fingertips moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, muscles in your thighs. Your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely relaxed. And the feeling in your feet, so peaceful and so calm. So peaceful, so calm. letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine in a way it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Nineteen. 18. 17. 16. 15. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 2. 1. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like you're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. The gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip and then goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, It's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors, otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can add that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs, and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating of course your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, you know, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course, that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. And I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway. So maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. Sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible, absolutely amazing things. Your ankles are truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. It's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply, and maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body, effortlessly. And just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 2. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sink in deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each Starting again. Starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. You know, things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension, just generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy, it's not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason, no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down. To give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words. And as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember until you wake up in your own time, when you experience the right amount of sleep for you. Because when you do, and if you do fall asleep, it's extremely pleasant, so relaxing, so deep, healing sleep. And it feels so nice to relax into your own body and mind as you feel that healing energy spreading through you, relaxing you so deeply, relaxing you so chest, your stomach, your back, your spine, your hips, your legs, your feet, your toes, and that feeling of healing spreading and growing inside your body, filling you up. Now, let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focusing on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if it just mix together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. sensations in your ankles. Noticing now your toes on both of your feet, being aware of how your toes feel right now. Noticing how your entire body feels. Noticing how your mind feels now. Letting go, letting go, letting go of everything. Letting go, letting go, letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session. So none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head, not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face, just so you can feel my hands, so you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with, just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good, it's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now this is a very trusting situation really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. As I massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck, of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And then massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in, to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of needing, if you wish, to really release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now, as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand, just holding your hand in both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe, because it's intimate. And it can feel nice and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. Massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist. Stroking the inside of your arm. Just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand. Stretching the fingers gently. Massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. Start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top, in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards, so massaging your back, but the outsides of your back, the parts where your arms would maybe rest against. Almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want. Moving down and then moving across a little bit and moving all the way down again. Being very gentle, yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine, from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people would use the knuckle or the two fingers and just go either side of the spine and almost just push down and go all the way down to the bottom of the spine. Each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. And now I'm going to move to one side, to your right side, and from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis, I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I will pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side, to the middle, in fact, to where your spine is, massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful, starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. Pressing and kneading, firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. This mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area up to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest, because it's all connected. The chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. And then I'll move down a bit and I'll continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm gonna go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly. There's a lot of muscles there it's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers, digging deep. To your ankles and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. Moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow the pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently and massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. And moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down. And this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down your ankle and to your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, I'm just going to start again at your neck area. In your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh, because now I'm going to massage your face gently. Starting off with your forehead, your eyes are closed, and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. Just massaging around your scalp. Massaging down your cheeks, around your ears, into your jaw, gently. The sides of your neck, your chin, then just moving down from your neck down to your chest, starting by massaging the very top of your chest, where the collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next. Moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are, stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process, moving up over your chest, and then moving down again. Then allowing my hands to just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest. gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, and just below your arms, all the way down to your hips. Now, moving to your stomach area, I'm going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side, gently massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. And then I move around to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free. And there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding a different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. As I now massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button, and then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them, and I can do this with two legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. Moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees, sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin, gently, softly but firmly. Moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot. The top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes. Massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling so deeply relaxed. So much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. And all we're going to do is blow out some candles in your mind. There are going to be 100 candles. And you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down, all the way down to 1. And each time I say a number, you can imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 of these candles, as you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired, and the further you go down, the more your mind starts to drift. And you may find that you stop listening to me after a while. And even though there may be background sounds where you are, you'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. You may start to just not even notice them at all, because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon, who likes to say hello sometimes. And there's the odd plane that goes by. Maybe traffic and trains in the distance. But none of that seems important whatsoever. The more candles you blow out, the less important anything is. The more candles you blow out, the further you seem to move away from sounds and from general day-to-day stuff. Seems to just move away on its own as you feel more calmer with every candle you blow out. Guiding you to the next number that you hear me say. And then you blow that candle out too. So easy, so simple. I'm going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. The first candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, you'll find immediately a slight change in how you feel, as well as a real sense of positivity growing within you. Relaxation and sleepiness expanding, starting with 100. Blow out that candle now. 99. Candle 98. Candle 97. Candle 96. Candle 95. Candle 94. Candle 93. one. Candle 90. Candle 89. Candle 88. Candle 87. Candle 86. Candle 85. 82. 81. Candle 79. Candle 78. Candle 77. Candle 76. Candle 75. Candle 74. Candle 73. 65, candle 64, candle 64, candle 63, candle 62, candle 61, candle 60, candle 59, candle 58, candle 57, candle 56, candle 55, candle 54, 53. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 51. Candle 50. Candle 49. Candle 48. Candle 47. Candle 46. 32. Candle 41. Candle 40. Candle 39. Candle 38. Candle 37. Candle 35. 29. Candle 28. Candle 27. Candle 26. Candle 25. Candle 24. Candle 17. Candle 10. Candle 9. Candle 8. Candle 6. Candle 5. let go of all of those thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off and feels so nice. Knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. And it feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to let go of everything and just completely allow all the stress of your body to evaporate, tensions can just gradually vanish. It's almost like magic, really. Because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor, you start to get in touch with the feelings of such relaxation. It feels so nice to be in touch with the calmness of the different body parts as they become looser and looser. Even your breathing seems easier and more natural, effortless, as that cool air enters through your mouth or nose into your lungs, breathing in comfort and relaxation. And then just breathing out any excess remaining tension or stress from every part of your body and mind. As you start to focus on your mind, maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you, and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind and your life, to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles are relaxed. Even the skin that covers your body is relaxed. Every hair that you have is also deeply relaxed. And your brain really starts to feel the benefit of this healing relaxation. And as you focus on the inside of your scalp where your brain is, you can start to realize and notice the benefits of your brain relaxing deeply. And as your brain continues to relax, it sends those messages to the rest of your body and your mind to really relax even more deeply, relaxing even more completely, letting go of any remaining thoughts or concerns. Allow them just to drop onto the floor, because they're no longer necessary in this moment, of deep relaxation and connected, healing, calming, relaxing every part of your brain, feeling so loose and comfortable, so relaxed and peaceful. Your brain feels so light and so healthy. And that sense of deep, deep comfort really does allow you to enjoy those ever increasing sensations of comfort that are spreading throughout your body, relaxing each and every muscle of your body even deeper, even deeper, much more deeper than before, much more comfort spreading through your body and your mind, feeling so peaceful and calm, so very, very peaceful in every part of your body, letting go of everything, everything so peaceful and calm, so relaxed. With every second that passes, you feel deeper and deeper relaxed, deeper and deeper relaxed, calm, so calm, peaceful, so very peaceful, from your head down to your toes, such peace and comfort growing all the time, such peace and comfort spreading through your body and mind, deeper and deeper, such comfort spreading and sinking deeper into every muscle of your body, so that you feel to do a body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, but just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, to notice, to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit, open and closing your hands very gently, just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel, with very, very slow movements. Focusing now on your feet. And if you can, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly, noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs, and I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently, just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. Noticing and observing how your thighs feel noticing the back of your neck, the muscles, and of course they lead to the side of your neck. They also lead to the top of your back, which lead to your shoulders. So as you focus on the back of your neck, maybe you can move your head gently upwards as if you were looking up. Maybe moving your head down as if you were looking down. Perhaps moving your head side to side, right to left, but only very slowly and very gently. We're not trying to force anything. It has to be very, very gentle, just so that you can be more in touch with the feelings, with the sensations, the physical sensations of how the back of your neck feels right now. As we now focus on the tops of your arms, the parts where your biceps and your triceps are, between your elbow and your shoulders. As you focus on those parts, the tops of your arms, you may like to just tense them, but very, very gently and slowly, so you're not straining or putting any pressure whatsoever on your arms. It's just so that you can gain more of a sense of how your upper arms are feeling in this moment. And just noticing as you gently, very gently and slowly tighten the muscles and then let go. Notice how the tops of your arms feel right now. As we now focus on your stomach, the area, the lower abdomen area below your belly button, moving all the way down to your hips, just above your groin. Maybe you're able to tense these muscles in that area very, very gently and slowly. If that is a difficult thing to do, then maybe you can just move your body, pushing your stomach up, maybe moving a little bit to the side, using your hips, just so that you can get more in tune with how your this moment. Just noticing the physical sensations of your lower abdomen. As we move your attention to your mouth, noticing your lips and inside your mouth, your teeth, your gums, your tongue. Just noticing how your tongue and your mouth feels, and it may help by moving your tongue around your mouth, moving it to your left, maybe pressing it gently against the side of your mouth, and then to the right, gently to the side of your mouth, perhaps pressing up against the top of your mouth, and then down gently against the bottom of your mouth. Always very slowly and very, very gentle, so that you can be aware of how you feel in your mouth area. Now we're going to focus on your wrists. And I'm going to ask you to maybe just rotate your wrists by moving your hands in a circular motion very gently and slowly, just so that you can feel the sensations that you are currently experiencing in your wrists. Perhaps moving your hands up and down, again very, very gently, just above your hips, where your coccyx are, that whole area, which also really does include the sides of your body, because those muscles are very much connected. As those muscles also move into your hip area, connecting to your buttocks, the sides of your hips, and if you're physically able to do so, maybe you can very gently just move your body ever so slightly, very slowly, from side to side, just enough for you to gauge how you feel in your lower back. Perhaps you could even move your hips gently up and down, gently and slowly, in order to really be in touch with the physical sensations of your lower back. As we now move your attention to your jaw, that area from your chin all the way up to near where your ears are, the whole of your jaw. And you can just, if it's okay to do so, gently open your mouth, not wide, no stretching, just very gently and slowly opening your mouth and closing your mouth very gently and slowly. So you can be in touch with how your jaw feels now. Noticing now your chest area, muscles and those bones in your midsection. Just noticing how your hips feel right now. You can very, very gently move your hips, maybe side to side, very gently and slowly. Very, very gently, softly and slowly. Everything starts to slow down, including the thoughts in your mind, and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy. Very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. You know, when you move your hand, it might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements. Starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. Starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings, all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins, the bones. Just being aware of maybe your elbow on your right arm has a certain feeling. Maybe your left wrist also has its own individual physical sensation. What about your forearm on your right arm? Your right forearm. There may not be any particular feeling that you could even give a name to. May not feel like anything other than just a feeling. You know, it's there. The feelings in your shoulders. Perhaps your shoulders, when you think about them, kind of almost like they're the same, you know, the same feeling. Almost like both of your shoulders are just one thing. But of course they're not. And when you focus on your left shoulder and then on your right shoulder, maybe you find that you move the muscles a little bit. Maybe tense the muscles gently. Noticing the difference in each shoulder. Your lower back. course, that connection to your buttocks and to your hips. And also moving up into the middle of your back. And sometimes, like right now actually, when I focus on that part, when I focused on my buttocks, and then I focused on the middle of my back, it almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching your lower back comes along. That feeling in your chest. Just noticing what sensations you are experiencing in your chest right now. And there's so much of the chest. Obviously, there's the collarbone leading to the chest. You've got the chest bone. You've got the muscles in your chest. And of course, if you're female, there's possibly the breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same, whether you're a man or a woman. There's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest. Being with whatever feeling there is in your chest. When I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I breathe in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay.